Yo. How many hours have you? I'm completely new. I got to like level 10 like yesterday, just to feel how the game's like. Oh, I mean like these. And nearly 5k on New World. That's the only Steam game I play. Can only Wild Hearts. Bro, I had nothing to play, so I remember buying this to play. My second highest hour is PUBG. 1.5k. I went hard when it came out. Anyway, need to do some research. These are the only guys. Hey, your engine, I just woke up, man. You gotta start on the launch hour. Like, I'm ready to go hard, bro. Possible 24 hours. Merchant or SSF? Man, I don't even know, like... As far as I know, the merchant is where you can trade with people. And SSF is you just get drops, you get high chance drop. Look at some Falcon build.
Have you been looking for a build that makes you want to blast Freebird while raining down Supernova like a pushover? It's pretty much every breast with armor. Excuse me. Also, ring.
I need a gameplay, bro.
Starter build for 1.0. So I will be playing this on stream a lot the first week, 2 weeks, however long we go on this particular build. This is going to be the one that I'm playing. So I'm really looking forward to it. And I think people are going to really enjoy this. This is competitive with Shadow Dagger's Blade Dancer on speed. That doesn't mean it's necessarily as fast. There's a lot of moving parts in which one will actually be faster, and it's still not clear to me which one. But if you're looking for a fast build and maybe something a little bit different than Shadow Dagger's Blade Dancer, this might be what you're looking for. Instead of the typical Blade Dancer setup, this is a Falcon that's going to pick you up, fly you to another part of the map, drop you off, and at the same time...
I've already seen our reveal showing off a lot of the Falconer, and this is a full build guide for that. And as you can see in the background, the Falcon is just slamming down on everything.
The update is in like
build, and
an hour and 50 minutes.
Sounds very OP, and from what Boardman is saying, it is very OP. And he's going to be league starting or chapter starting this, so you can come by and ask him questions, and he can give you a lot of advice.
Profit. You haven't heard of last Epoch?
Really good damage. Really good
ARPG.
player. I don't know. This might get nerfed eventually, but it's very strong. So I'm thinking about playing this myself at launch. And if you're not familiar with Last Epoch as well, I do have a lot of beginner path of building. However, Maxwell has most tools built into it for launch because those and cons hover over them and for the build.
That Featherstorm it's doing, but our main damaging
It's basically
skill
like
is
Diablo or
going to be
Path of
Dive Bomb,
Exile.
which I have going off every time it comes off cooldown. So I'm always trying to make sure I'm aiming for the
I
pack
don't
of
think
mobs,
there's
and you can
PvP.
see every time he comes down that he just finishes them off for me in that huge area that he hits. And as you use that, it'll do damage for you. You also get health sustain every time you fire it off. You'll get some health back. And then the big thing is it'll
ARPG
boost your
is not
Falcon's
really made for
damage every time
PvP.
that you use it and hit an enemy.
So this is a little similar to Toxic Rain from Path of Exile, right?
Yeah, very similar. Explosive Trap itself is hitting for very little. It's not going to do a whole lot of damage, especially as you scale up in the end game. The Falcon itself is doing almost all the damage.
Oh, okay.
I'd say 95% of it. And then we also have Aerial Assault for our our transversal skills, so we can move around.
Yeah.
It'll also let our Falcon do that Featherstorm it's doing. But our main damaging skill is going to be Dive Bomb, which I have going off every time it comes off cooldown. So I'm always trying to make sure I'm aiming for the pack of mobs, and you can see every time he comes down that he just finishes them off for me in that huge area that he hits.
If you don't want to do the numlock trick, which maybe you can explain how to do for our viewers in a second, but if you don't want to do that, then you can just manually do it whenever you want, right?
Yep, you can just push it down or hold it down however you like. And it has a cooldown of a few seconds, so it's not like you constantly have to be pushing it.
Yeah. Do you want to explain real quick how to do the numlock trick?
Sure.
Numlock trick.
For the numlock trick, you just go into your settings, and then you'll go into your change input keys. And then for your keyboard, you have your normal abilities. You'll just go over to your keypad, and for the same keys, have like 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then with your keypad on, you'll hold that key down and turn your keypad off, and it just acts as if you're pushing down that key the entire time.
Awesome.
So it's all in game. There's 2 other skills that you can use. I saved them for single targets or bosses, which we didn't run into.
This and a Julra, just so you get a little bit of an idea of how strong the build is. And I think you'll like it.
Yeah, the single target's insane on this.
Now, another note about the
Hey guys, Postron here, and today let's talk about the build that I'll be league starting with in 1.0 for last epoch, which is the Explodey Ballista Falconer. So first time I saw this, most interesting one for me is matter for us, but it also gives us more. Scaling ballista builds in the past was extremely hard. You needed to get flat damage, mostly from your idols, which is a problem because you want a lot of that in the day 2 update probably, or whenever go in completely blind. However, I have done quite a bit of research on this build, and I've also talked to Bina, so that will help quite a bit. Maybe
Bro, I
should...
hate guides without gameplay. You had a video for your build in TL. Is there a way to see that video? Oh, do exclamation gear. You can see my gear.
Hey guys, it's Bina, and today I want to deep dive into a theory crafted build for 1.0 release on the Falconer. It's going to be Explosive Ballista Trapper Falconer. So basically, from what we've seen, we know that Explosive Trap is going to be a way to ballistas. So right now, my skill tree is only spec for the size of the explosion that the ballistas have. So right now, my skill tree is only spec for the explosion. It scales with dexterity. It scales the damage per dexterity, more damage per dexterity, and increased area per dexterity. Increased damage, all of these things once. So we're gonna.
Shadow deck. I think I've seen.
Hey everyone,
this.
it's Ali, and today we're back with another build guide for the
Never
launch
mind.
of Last Epoch. Now, I am very excited about this build, not only because it's looking to be a very unique and interesting take on an old build, but at the same time, this is also going to be the build that I will personally be playing for the launch of Season 1. Today, we're going to be talking about Umbra Blade's Falconer. Now, this build is going to be a new take on an old skill, Umbra Blade's Blade Master, which in my opinion is not only just going to be faster, tankier, and straight up do more damage through all of the new fun tools that we have access to through Falconer. This build is going to be a monolith terror, and it's going to absolutely destroy early game monoliths, as well as it having a super easy playstyle, which in my opinion is going to be great for new players, and at the same time having a very easy time with gear, requiring no specific uniques to get going, with us having one specific unique, Cradle the Erase, which will take this build from very strong to straight up broken in terms of being able to live everything. This build is going to be very fun because, well, our mobility skill, Aerial Assault, is going to also be our main DPS. The point of this build is going to be that Aerial Assault through Twilight Strike is going to automatically cast Umbra Blades for you, not only allowing us to scale the cooldown of Aerial Assault as much as we can, giving us a very good mobility skill that's going to have low cooldown, but at the same time making this build substantially less clunky to play.
You're the
as
way
we
opposite
will
the
not
meta.
have to ever actually cast Umbra Blades
Yeah,
ourselves.
Frenchie.
I am unbelievably
But I have
excited for this
no
build
idea about the
simply due to
game, so
how
I need
easy it's going
something
be
to
put
start
together,
with.
how easy of a build it's going to be to play, especially since the
And
leveling is going
yeah,
to be breeze, as you can basically play our build from the get-go. And because I think
I
it's
want
going
to make
be
my
such an
own
easy
build, but
to
I
follow,
think
a
builds
lot
are
of
pretty
people
much
gonna also
set.
enjoy it themselves. Now,
Seems
before
like.
we do go any further here, I do want to give you a disclaimer. Obviously, we haven't been able to play Falconer in-game yet, so I cannot personally validate all this to you, but I've seen quite a lot of closed beta testing of this build, and this build in beta did look absolutely amazing, and it's going to straight up tear through monoliths with no problem. The other thing to mention here is obviously this isn't released yet, and we haven't seen the patch notes yet, and because we haven't seen patch notes, we do not know what could change. Now, I do want to point out that 2 things about Falconer that this build uses have already been buffed. And because you're looking to buff things, I don't see much of a reason for anything here being nerfed or drastically changed before the season actually launches. Falconer is a new
You get a
master that we
random
haven't been able to play
legendary
yet,
on the
and because
way
a lot
that
of people are
makes
excited
things
about it, I
hard.
don't think they're going to make Falconer not very viable at the start of the season, as this is a big selling point for 1.0. Now, before we go any further, I do want to mention that this build guide will be accompanied by a massive written guide as well. I've tried to put my heart and soul into this to make sure that this is going to have absolutely every single bit of information that you need about playing this build, and if you want a little bit more, this will be out while leveling, as well as it's going to be the point where our build is going to be substantially more simplified and easier to play. To get to level,
But yeah, in the end, I want to play my own way.
And more importantly, it's going to give us access to Blood First, which we're going to be putting 4 points into. And by the time we finish putting our 4th point in, we'll find it even a tiny little bit of added damage. This is going to be very simple to do, simply because Shadow Dagger has both the melee and the throwing tags on it in a specific location, meaning that active, which makes our Falcon rapidly strike in a targeted area, giving you a decent amount of damage. Our Falcon is immediately going to do quite a lot of damage due to Falconer's Journey, giving it 1% more damage per level and 1% more damage per dexterity, which we should have a large amount of, as well as us then being able to pick up Train to Hunt, Go for the Eyes, and Expose Weakness, allowing our Falcon to do quite a large amount of crits. Finally, our Falcon later on is going to give us Hunter Spoils, a burst.
You
And
know
that
what?
burst will
I can't digest this. Like, I can't understand anything. I'm just gonna go blind. Fuck this. I'm gonna learn by playing it. Let's learn some big, like basic stuff.
Hi everyone, it's Rax. There's a very highly anticipated game coming out on the 21st of February. Journey, you are going to ascend
Class,
a scyther
builds,
out of hardcore
game
mode, and you can
modes.
resurrect your character in softcore mode. As
Oh, this is what I really like. You can start a hardcore, and when it dies, it turns into softcore, and you don't lose your character. I think you lose everything like equipments, but usually I really hate playing hardcore, but I'm gonna start hardcore. Opsiel sent me last Epoch out of all games. Well, how come? It seems like a good game, decent game, bro. Also, perfect time to play. Like, TL is stale, New World is stale. New games are always fun. Make sure you search basic crafting vid. Not to legendary ages, then when you figure out crafting had massive damage boost on weapon side. Yeah, basically you just press F and then you like you put your item and then you put like those gems and that's it, right? Like you choose the stats that you want to put like stats on your item and shit. Going blind and hardcore rip. I got this, man. I got this. After leveling one class, you can easily start theory crafting and figuring out what works for your playstyle.
anything at the bottom. So the thing I would like to show you first is
Once I get to fully understand the game,
switch it to, and it's going to take all of the crafting materials that you had, and it's going to automatically affixes that maybe one day you're going to slam in. You can save all the description will be a smiley face. We'll give it a little skull, and we'll make it pretty. And I don't want to see any normal, any magic, or any rare items. I don't want to see them. Add the rule. I'm never going to see them as I play. But remember, we're going to leave this rule at the bottom. We're going to add all of our rules above it. And then what's going to happen is, well, anything that we pick that we like is going to show up. And then only after it's looked at all of the rules of what we like, then it's going to hide everything else. So that's a great rule to put at the bottom. Then you can go here and you could say, well, I'm going to play a ranged rogue here. That's what I'm going to play. So I really care about the bows that show up. So you can use show, or if you want to get really excited every time a bow drops, you could pick recolor. I want you to make it pink, and I also want you to emphasize it. It's going to make it really, really stand out.
This is really good
wasn't enough. But now you're going to see every time that a bow drops. How would you do that? Exactly, how you would logically think to do it. Item type, and then we go, it's a two-handed weapon for a bow. Let's go under here. Okay, I don't want to check all of them. I just want the bow. Confirm. And then do I want to pick the subtypes? Well, the rogues can get all of these different bows. It shows you the eye level of them.
So these items have like set stats, and then it's just you like crafting shits on top of it. Like a named item.
And it shows you all of the different implicits on it. Isn't this game great? I mean, I told you it's so good with the
So these are all the bows in the game.
not only the tooltips.
Isn't this OP? 61% bow critical strike multiplier.
But the loot filter functionality. You want to know what? Anytime I see a bow, I want to get excited. Just give me all of them. Add the rule. It's going to recolor the 12 types of the bow pink. And every time I see pink on my screen, I know that I'm going to have a new bow. You can go through and add rule after rule after rule, and you can make it crazy, right? I'm going to show you something even crazier. This is about to blow your mind, so go ahead and hold on to your armrests here. So let's go back to Maxroll. Do you remember how I told you every single guide has a loot filter? You're not going to believe how easy it is to move the loot filter from this guide into your game. Hold on to your armrest here. We click loot filter, then we hit download here. Okay, what just happened? This is just a bunch of garbage, right? What's going on here? Click anywhere in the garbage, Control A to select it all, Control C to copy. Okay, click Control A, Control C. Back in last epoch, Shift F for loot filter, create a filter, paste your clipboard contents. Boom. I just made the entire loot filter. I think if you got good at menuing between the tab and in last epoch, I think you could copy a loot filter in about 1.8.
I thought like you had to go into game folder, like put a notepad. Let's just follow a random guide at the start then. It doesn't yeah, this is leveling guide. I'll do that later when the game starts.
8 seconds. And it's got everything all built for you. Another great way I'm going to show you. You can get all the different uniques in the game. In early game, if there's one section to pay attention to in the entire video, it's this one. This is going to be the beginner, but this is very important. This is the essence of last epoch, as you run out and you hunt very rare items and godly loot, and then you craft it to make it even better. So the first question that you might be asking is, Rax, when should I start crafting? When do I engage with it? And the answer is very, very early. You won't be able to craft immediately because you won't have any shards probably. But by the time you're 10, 15, 20, you should be able to start crafting on your gear and making it better. So let's open up the crafting window and let's learn. So we press F for Forge to open up the crafting thing. You can do it anywhere. You don't need to be in town. You can be fighting, kill a boss, and stand there and start crafting. And let's throw in any item. So let's look at this interface and understand some basic things. Every item can have 4 affixes. Well, it can have actually more in the
Castro is not actually combat-based.
For simple terms, every item
like
has
Diablo.
4 affixes, 2 prefixes, 2 suffixes. You can see this ring right now just has 1 suffix, so this ring sucks. We're going to try to make it better. And it only has 12 forging potential. Forging potential is like crafting juice. Every action that you take usually will consume forging potential, or if you're lucky, we're going to try to make it so it doesn't cost us forging potential, so we can keep crafting. Once this reaches 0, that's it. You can't craft on it anymore. So finding an item with a very high forging potential is very good, or finding an item that already has a lot of the stuff that you want on it is very good because then it's easier to put on the stuff that you want. Okay, so let's just mess around with this. So if we click the plus sign over here, it's going to show us all of the different suffixes that we can add in this spot. Okay, there's a ton of them here, and you can kind of use, for the most part, common sense on what's good. Whatever you think might be good usually is. Resistances, health, movement speed
Checking
are usually
heals.
good for practically every single class. And then when you're playing your specific build, if you mouse over whatever skill you're currently using, puncture, for example, look at the bottom of it where it says scaling tags, physical, melee, bow attack, dexterity. Those kinds of things will make your attack better. Okay? So really here, common sense usually wins. So if you go to a suffix, a great thing to add all the time is health. So as long as we have picked up some of the affix shards for health, then we can add it right here. So we add it here, and it's going to consume between 1 to 14 forging potential just for adding this on. Oof, we bricked our item. We did add some health on it, so maybe this is good for the beginning of the game. But we gobbled up all 12 of our forging potential, and that one is gonzo. No problem. Let's go to the bow. You can see this one already has 2 suffixes, and it has 1 prefix. And when I look at this, applying these ailments is usually very, very good in the early game. These are beautiful, so I think that's totally fine. Bow damage looks really good too. This is just a fantastic start, and we've got 22 forging potential. So let's do the same thing. Let's go over here, and let's look at some of the prefixes that we could add here. We have it clicked on suffixes. That's why it's not showing us the right thing. Maybe we'll just go any-affix here. Here's what's available to be applied. And we can look here, and I'm guessing maybe flat fizz would be good, or bow physical damage just adds flat damage. Might be really good early game. Let's pick that one. And then you can, of course, modify the crafting system. It's very easy to engage with and learn with, but it has a very high ceiling for once you get into the end game for doing the
You gonna be a tax dodger on this game too, whelps? Lol.
Of course I am.
the exact right combinations all the time. So one way we can modify it is by using these glyphs, and 2 of the ones that you will use very often are glyphs of hope and glyphs of chaos. You can read all the words, there's a lot of words there. Modify it in the exact right combinations all the time. So one way we can modify it is by using these glyphs, and 2 of the ones that you will use very often are glyphs of hope and glyphs of chaos. You can read all the words, there's a lot of words there.
What am I watching? Just some beginner guide for last Epoch. Gonna be my first time playing.
Glyphs of hope give you a chance to not use forging potential. If you do the craft and you don't use forging potential, you can just craft on it more and make it even better. So let's throw a glyph of hope on here, and boom. Oh my god, it ate almost all of my potential, so that didn't help me at all. I'm crying. Okay. Now, let's pretend, I mean, this bow is pretty fantastic. We wouldn't do this, but let's pretend one of these affixes sucks. Let's say the ignite on hit. Oh, I just don't want that. So I'm going to click my glyph of chaos, which is going to allow me to swap it. It's going to upgrade it, and it's going to swap it to some other suffix. Okay, I don't know what I'm going to get, but I hope it's something great. And I hope to God it's going to consume 1 to 10 forging potential. I hope to God it doesn't consume 6, because otherwise we're done. Okay, it only consumed 2, and we got, chance to chill, I mean. Okay, fantastic. Maybe that's what we wanted, or maybe it wasn't, and then we're crying. So you can see here, you're trying to craft the correct affixes, obviously, and then you want to craft them, you can move them all the way up to level 5. There are other things that can happen. For example, a craft can crit, which is fantastic because it adds another tier to one of the affixes that you're working on. Actually, in some rare cases, critting on something can actually make it worse, but that's kind of a unique situation. Down here, we also have runes. I'm going to explain some of them to you.
I play New World, I play action RPG, smart style when you need to be smart and fast.
That you will use commonly.
Me, I just play every game.
Rune of Shattering. This is how you're going to destroy your items to get more of your affix shards back so you can continue crafting. It's going to pick all of the affixes and it's going to destroy them all. And it's going to roll between 0 and the affix tier and give you that many shards of that particular thing. So I'm either going to get 0 or 1 bow damage, 0 or 1 bow physical damage, 0 or 1 bleed on hit, 0 to 2 chance to chill. Let's just do it. Boom. And those are the 3 that I got out of that. 0 to 2, 1 bow tier, them all. I'll explain some of them to you that critting on something can actually make it worse, but that's kind of a unique situation. Down here, we also have runes. I'm going to explain some of them to you that you will use commonly. Rune of Shattering. This is how you're going to destroy your items to get more of your affix shards back so you can continue crafting. It's going to pick all of the affixes and it's going to destroy them all. And it's going to roll between 0 and the affix tier and give you that many shards of that particular thing. So I'm either going to get 0 or 1 bow damage, 0 or 1 bow physical damage, 0 or 1 bleed on hit, 0 to 2 chance to chill. Let's just do it. Boom. And those are the 3 that I got out of that. Fantastic. So when you get a lot of Runes of Shatter, we're going to be buying them from the vendors for 2,000 gold. When you get the higher tier items to drop, Runes of Shattering are a great way to start building up your bank of materials so you can craft. Another very common one is Rune of Removal. Shattering does all of the affixes and gives you some of the affix shards from all 4 or however many you have. Removal picks 1 randomly and it gives you all of those back. So for example, let's just see what happens here. So remember, the tiers are 2, 2, 1, 2. So we hit it on the bow damage, and it gave us all of the shards. If we do it again, we hit it on the crit, it gave us all of the shards. So removal is very, very good for either shards that you really need for your build or shards that you're very low on. Which brings me to a very important point about the game and about crafting. So let's say you're playing this bow rogue, and you say, okay, well, I know which ones I want. I want like bow, and I want physical damage, I want attack speed, and I want crit. But something like a shard like throwing damage or fire damage, I don't do any of that. So I don't really care about those shards, right? Wrong. Not necessarily. Because remember, in order to use a Glyph of Chaos, whenever you find an item that's really, really good but has 1 affix that you don't want, in order to use this Glyph of Chaos to change it, you need a shard to upgrade it. So even though I don't care about health on kill normally, if I don't have health on kill shards, then one day I might not be able to craft it off for something that I want, right? So don't sleep on shattering a bunch of different things if you're low on the shards, because you want to build up your shards so you can craft all the time. All right? Hopefully that makes sense. So if we look down here again, another one that's very common, or I wouldn't say common, but is very good for the early game is Rune of Discovery. Rune of Discovery is real simple. It takes an item and it just fills in all of the different slots with something. This is a gray item, boom. Now we got melee fire, melee damage, leeches health, minion spell damage, chance to blind. So if we were a big axe boy, all of these look pretty good, but minion spell damage, that probably certainly doesn't do anything for me. So we would chaos this off, and now we have all attributes. Look at this axe now. Melee fire damage, we leech it as hell, 2 attributes, chance to blind. There you go. Okay. You can see once you engage with it a little bit, it's pretty easy to use. You can make your items better, and they do make them a lot better in the early game. And then when you're done with it, you're done using it, okay, you can just use Rune of Shattering, bam, and get a bunch of the shards back for your next craft. And then another one down here is the Rune of Ascendance. So the Rune of Ascendance is going to make whatever item type it is, it's a body armor. It's going to make it a unique body armor. Now, this is the information that I have as of right now in Last Epoch. Anyone in the comments can correct me if I'm wrong. But as I understand it, the Rune of Ascendance is not dependent on anything other than the type that you use it on. So for example, I have this shitty gray low eye level requires level 4 body armor. If I use the Rune of Ascendance, I'm going to get a unique body armor. It's not going to be a unique sword. It's not going to be a unique bow, but nothing on it matters. You can get the best body armor in the game right now. You don't have to go farm like an eye level 86 body armor and then use it to get something better. As I understand it, it does not matter at all. So let's just use it and see what happens. Okay, we got Urine's Wisdom. There we go. I mean, it's got 75 health on it, so when we hit level 27, that might be pretty good for us because health is really godly. Let me know in the comments if that's wrong. If it's wrong, I'll pin it to the top. But as far as I understand, as soon as you get the Runes of Ascendance, for whatever unique that you might need in your max roll guide, you might want to start slamming them in the right base type to try to get your legendary items. Anyway, this was a very quick intro to crafting. Press F, throw something in there. Use Glyphs of Hope to try to not consume your forging potential. Use Glyphs of Chaos to remove the affixes you don't want. If you just want to add something to it, just click the plus sign. You can search for stuff here, health, for example, or 10. Now let's cover how the skills and passives work in Last Epoch. If we press S, we can pull up the skill tree, or the different skills. And these are all unlocked just by playing your character. You just get to a higher level, you unlock all of these. This is unlocked when you put
legendary
points into
crafting.
Your main.
Is it in this video? Give me a video on it.
Rogue passive tree. Then you are going to get a mastery. You are going to select either Blade Dancer or Marksman or Falconer when the game releases. And for me,
Outstanding, Private Pile. I think we finally found something that you do well.
Sir, yes, sir. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Action
was
RPG.
that
I'm your host,
intro?
Aaron, and for today's video, we're headed to the world of Last Epoch in my new boot camp series. And what a unique item that has legendary potential, and you need an exalted item that has 4 affixes. Let me just show you really quick. There are 3 dungeon keys currently in the game. You have Soulfire Bastion, you have Lightless Arbor, and you have Temporal Sanctum. Temporal Sanctum, this key on screen right now, is the key you need that will get you into the dungeon to make a legendary item. Now, it is pretty simple, and we'll go to the dungeon in just a second, okay? If you beat the dungeon boss, you get access to the Eternity Cache where you can create a legendary item. And of course, we're going to make one together. Now, quick little tip, okay? These keys, you can right-click on them. Okay, let me show you. Right-click on Soulfire Bastion. The map automatically pops up and shows you Soulfire Bastion with the red little door for the dungeon. All right. Click on Lightless Arbor, right-click. Boom. Pulls up Lightless Arbor and the little dungeon. And just like I said, right-click on Temporal Sanctum, and it'll take us to the Temporal Sanctum, which we are going to go to right now. And there's a lot more that comes to Legendary, okay? So let's get over there. And this is the entrance to the Temporal Sanctum. When you click on the door, all right, you need to add your key. We're going to put that right there, and we're going to enter the sanctum. But first, we got to pick which one we're going into. Do you want tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, or tier 4? And it shows you the increased enemy damage and health, but you will have much better enemy drops depending on which level you go in. But since we're building a legendary item, okay, you need to look at this box on the left. As you see, at tier 1, the Eternity Cache will accept unique items up to level 50. At tier 2, it'll be level 65. At tier 3, level 75. And at tier 4, any level. Okay? So what you need to do, and I've done this multiple times, you go in to make your legendary, but you didn't pick the right one, is you need to look at your unique. So we are going to be making a legendary smoke weaver. Okay? So this unique item is 52. The item level is 52, which means we cannot make a legendary items on tier 1 because it's only level 50 and down. We need to enter the sanctum at tier 2, and we are going to enter the dungeon. Okay, I'm going to beat this. I'll see you at the end. Okay, so we have now beat the temporal sanctum boss. And we're getting down. We need to on tier 1 because it's only level 50 and down. We need to enter this. Okay, I'm gonna beat them boss, and we're gonna go right here to the eternity cache. Okay, now this is how it works. Click on it. We are going to take our unique item that has legendary potential, and we are gonna put that on the left side. And then we're going to take our exalted item. Again, exalted means it has a tier 6 or tier 7 affix. And we're going to put that on the right side. Okay. Now what this means is that since this unique has 2 legendary potential, 2 random affixes from this dagger are going to transfer to it. Now, obviously, we hope that critical strike multiplier, and more specifically 52 melee physical damage, transfer over to it. Okay, but who knows? We can get the suffixes and not the prefixes. We have no idea. Obviously, the dagger I'm using is really good.
I haven't played this game yet, but yes,
melee physical damage and a high roll on it. All right, so we are going to seal the cache. It is now sealed. We are then going to push D, which is going to transfer us through time. And we are going to click on the cache. And our legendary item has now been made. Ooh. Let's see what 2 affixes we got to transfer over. And we got critical strike multiplier and 14 health on melee hit. So unfortunately, we did not get the tier 7 affix to move over, but we did get the critical strike multiplier. So basically we added a tier 5 and a tier 5. So we added 10 tiers to this item. And now we have a legendary dagger. Now that you know how to make a legendary item, let's switch gears and I'm going to talk to you about sealing affixes. Then we will move to actually creating uniques. That's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, we are going to shift, right click, and move our wand into the forge. Now, yesterday I showed you how to use chaos. This is a way to roll the dice and hopefully you have a chance of getting the affix you are looking for. I literally use chaos all the time, but there is a better way if you have them. So again, I'm just going to showcase right now. I don't want this spell critical strike. I want spell damage. Let's hope I don't get spell damage. Nope, no spell damage. Nope, no spell damage. Dang it. This item is now bricked. It doesn't make sense. Elemental damage with necrotic damage. All right, let's get rid of this. Man, I wish there was a better way. There is. Now let's transfer our 2-handed sword into the forge. Now, this melee cold. Let's say I didn't want melee cold. Let's say I wanted crit multiplier. Okay, I want crit multiplier on this sword. Instead of chaosing it and just praying that we get the affix we want, why don't we just remove the affix? We're gonna go right here, click on Glyph of Despair, okay? Click on Glyph of Despair. We've got the correct affix selected and we are gonna upgrade it. And bam, that affix is now gone. It's actually moved down here. So this item will always have a tier 1 melee cold. Now I can click on this. I can type crit multiplier, put it in there. We're going to click on Glyph of Hope to hopefully retain our forging potential. And we are going to craft. Craft. craft, craft, craft. Just like that, we took our melee cold off and we moved it down, and now we have crit strike multiplier with our cold damage, exactly what we wanted. All right, what else do I want on here? We will put less crit. And the item is now bricked. Unfortunately, that last one took 15 forging potential, but the said item right now, tier 5, that's tier 10, plus a tier 1, tier 3, and tier 6. We now have another tier 20 sword. Okay. Happens that we just keep making somehow.
So you keep that as well as sealed.
Tier 20 items over and over again. But you see how I sealed that affix. Now, we do have more to talk about when it comes to sealing. Because when you go to seal an affix, all right, the tier matters. If I tried to seal this tier 1, I think it's like 100% it is going to move down. But every tier higher, you lose chance. So if you're trying to seal a tier 2, a tier 3, a tier 4, you have not as good a chance of that happening. Let me show you. We're going to try and seal this chance to find potions, and it's tier 3. Upgrade affix. So we got really lucky in this case, and we were able to seal this tier 3 affix. I'm having really good luck on these videos. Now I can go spell damage. And the item is now bricked. Okay, so our
game opens in like
so we're not
30
perfect.
minutes.
See, so the item's still worthless, but we sealed that tier 3. That was pretty
minutes.
good. All right, let's try another one. Let's get this dagger right here, and I'm gonna try and seal this tier 3 again. And we sealed another tier 3 affix. Okay, well, I guess I'm showing you what is possible. All right, we want melee physical damage. We'll take crit, and the item is toast. Tier 5, tier 5, tier 6, and then sealed tier 3. Okay, so not as much luck on the last 2 items. Obviously, we have a whole nother one available. But the whole point of this is I'm trying to showcase that if you have an affix somewhere that you don't want a chaos roll, if you have Glyphs of Despair, you can simply just pull it down right here and then put whatever you want in its place. Okay? I think I have made my point known. Now what we're going to do is create some uniques by using Rune of Ascendance. All right, what a Rune of Ascendance does is it takes a base item, in this case a scepter, and it upgrades it to, in this case, a unique hazel root. I'm gonna see if we could find a claim. That's what we're looking for. The items that I'm actually using right now. There it is. Literally my second try, we pulled my end game scepter with legendary potential. Well, let's keep going for the fun of it. We pulled 2 of them. Hazel, come on. Now I want something different. I guess that's an easy one. There we go. Now we got a frozen ire. So a lot of times I'll hear people saying, man, dude, I've been looking for this unique forever. How did you find one? Maybe I didn't find it. Maybe I just crafted it. Dude, the scepter I am using right now, we just created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. But that first one is the only one that has
so you have to pull the one with legendary potential.
Okay. You now know how to seal, and you now know how to upgrade regular items to uniques. And by the way, the rarity, so if you got common, magic, or rare, it doesn't matter. As long as it's a scepter, it'll turn into a scepter. As long as it's a body armor, it turns into a body armor. As long as it's a shield, it turns into a shield. It's just kind of a fun way to get uniques if you need them. My last tip and trick for advanced crafting is just how to find these affixes. Aaron, this is great, but I never find the shards I need. Well, let me quickly throw out some items for you. And you will see that these all have the same color. They are a very bright purple, and you can literally pick any color you want. Inside of my loot filter, I have right here, all items with these 9 affixes on them will drop with this color. And these aren't actually items that I am normally looking for. All I care about is the shards. So what you want to do, pull up your forge, and you just transfer your items over and you just shatter them. And right now I'm looking for hybrid health. So I got no hybrid health. I got 1 hybrid health. I got 1 hybrid health. Maybe I got 2 there. I don't know. I'm going too fast. 1. This one I'm looking for void cleave. Got it. This one I'm looking for level of erasing strike. Didn't get it. And this one I'm single shooting and now advanced of crafting.
Okay.
Hello and welcome everyone, 10 here. And during to level, then progressed into the end game, I found out that Dive Bomb is absolutely absurd. You can kind of think of this skill as automatically double dipping since it inherits all the global damage multipliers from Falconry. So load up on those and get ready to drop some bird bombs. Combining that with Explosive Ballista and Blast Rain makes for an absolutely awesome playstyle. So let's take a minute to talk about some of the choices that I made.
Ragnarok
Here I
online
have
vibes.
my Falconer.
Exactly my thoughts.
I have Falconer's Journey. 4 Falconer damage per dexterity.
Ragnarok
global
enjoyer.
modifier. Then I have Is It a Bird? Falconer damage, global modifier. Global modifier. I also then apply all of my own damage modifier when I throw out some absolutely awesome options for character building effects, but your armor mitigates those as well due to the effects of Profane Veil. So overall, it was a really chill playstyle, but I felt like I barely scratched the surface here, so I'm not going to talk about the build too much. In the future though, I would very much like to revisit this or possibly a Chaos Bolts build, as I didn't have time to try that and it looks awesome. Who doesn't want to trigger Chaos Bolt with their Chaos Bolt to add a few more Chaos Bolts? The other major feature coming to Last Epoch with 1.0 is the Merchants Guild and Circle of Fortune, or item factions. Trade is coming to Last Epoch, and a dedicated, not quite SSF item acquisition.
Lead speed. Oh my god. That sound. How much videos on Falcon?
Ever since I first heard about it, first up we have the Falconer specific skill, Falconry. Now you can combine them both. If my other ideas on Falconer don't work out, I'm absolutely going to be making some sort of Umbral Blade Shadow Dagger aerial assault build, since that should be hypermobile and deal a lot of damage while still allowing me to spec into utility and defenses. After all, if all of your damage comes from one skill triggering another skill, that leaves your other 3 skill slots completely open to make sure that you don't die and hopefully grab a lot of the defensive passives on the tree which Rogue now has available. Boy, it was rough when Rogue first started out. Last but certainly not least, we have Dive Bomb. If you're a Falcon enjoyer and if you want your Falcon to be doing a lot of damage, I suspect specializing in Dive Bomb is the way to go. Now, this doesn't seem to be the best at picking off lone enemies. However, if you're willing to put in the time running around a little bit, you're going to do absolutely massive spikes of damage against those large groups of enemies. And after all, the largest groups of enemies are the ones with the best loot and most EXP anyway. So this is kind of just something that the game, and most ARPGs in general, incentivize you to do. Personally, I don't think this is the route that I'm going to go, because it feels just a little bit too minion-y, and while the cooldown is fairly manageable, watching the birds is awesome. It's just not my style of build. I'd much rather burst damage that I personally control via my own attack if I'm going to go that route, or ideally do sustained damage over burst, which is why I often play dot builds. Alright, Falconer leveling. Looks like it's mostly going to be about buffing up your Falcon, and I'm totally okay with that. Having passive damage while leveling is absolutely insane. This way, as I'm going through the campaign, I don't have to worry too much about stopping to kill enemies, which means my campaign is going to go way faster. Any build that has pets, minions, etc., absolutely awesome in the campaign. I was looking forward to Falconer for this reason. Should be a super smooth time to level. And all the throwing damage bonuses from dexterity means that you can also scale your bow damage pretty well. Oh, and also the bow damage for ballista probably means if you need even more passive or pseudo-passive damage, you can just spec into ballistas and drop those as well for single target stuff. Very much looking forward to that.
Game comes out today.
Also,
the game opens in
Blast Rain
30 minutes, yes.
Just looks insane. Like, making the traps rain down on your enemies. What's better than dropping arrows? Just dropping explosive traps or other kinds of traps, since you can convert the elements. Really like the idea here.
Nice bite to play.
What about the endgame? The endgame's where Falconer's going to get interesting. And I think aside of the Falcon and player build, which you can definitely do, there's some support for bleed with things like rending barbs. This is going to be a net caltrop type build, and I believe from the showcase I saw the Falcon dropping caltrops, so you can turn your Falcon into an auto bleed machine. Caltrop should slow enemies. It'll be a good time. Well, it'll be a good time for you. It won't be such a good time for the enemies. Then we've got a Ballista Falconer build, probably just going to be an extension of the leveling experience. There's a very good chance this is the first build I play on Falconer because it looks really cool, really strong, very high damage potential. The Falcon itself should clear pretty well, so ballistas will just drop and annihilate bosses. Last up, Explosive Trap Blast Rain. I kind of think this is going to be a second or third build because you really want Rain of Winter and Morning Frost.
Greetings, travelers. I'm Judd Kobler, founder of 11th Hour Games and game director for Last Epoch. Today, we will be discussing the highly anticipated item faction system coming to the full release of Last Epoch on February 21st. We're very excited to release this innovative new way for players to participate in the deep and rewarding item hunt that Last Epoch offers in the way that they like to play. By joining the Merchants Guild, you will be able to buy, sell, and trade items through the bustling bazaar. Or, if you choose to join the Circle of Fortune, you'll set your sights to the stars and be able to bolster your item acquisition through prophecies and increased item drop rates. This system is the result of many years of debating what the ideal trade system should look like in a loot-based action RPG, tons of collaboration with our amazing community, and many sleepless nights of game design meetings with our game design team. We found through extensive polling that players of action RPGs are split nearly down the middle when it comes to those who want their experience to heavily involve trade and an economy, and those who want to focus on finding items themselves or with close friends. We believe that through the item faction system, we will deliver a tailored and exciting path to hunt for top-tier items for both camps of players. In Last Epoch 1.0, you will join a faction once you reach the great mercantile city of Majelka. When you select to join the Merchants Guild or the Circle of Fortune, a new interface will become available that will let you access details about your current status with your faction, known as reputation, how much favor you currently have, and what benefits your faction is currently providing you. Let's talk about these briefly. Reputation within a faction is a core part of how the faction is going to be benefiting you on your journey. As a representative of that faction, you will continue to increase your reputation by killing enemies and completing quests. For the Merchant Guild, this includes participating in the bazaar and completing trades at your current level. And for the Circle of Fortune, this means completing prophecies that will divine certain items after fulfilling the foretold conditions. Through earning reputation, you will ascend ranks within your faction, earning you unique benefits and options. Once you have earned reputation within a faction, that reputation stays with your account in that game mode. This means if you rank up a cycle character, all of your other cycle characters will have that rank when they join the same faction and contribute to that faction's reputation gain. You may switch factions and earn and maintain reputation with them with no penalty to your earned reputation with the other. There are currently 10 ranks to achieve in each faction, with the later ranks requiring quite a bit of commitment in order to obtain. So, while you have the freedom to change your faction at any time, you will want to pick a faction and stick with it to reach the most powerful benefits that they have to offer. It is important to note that you can only be a member of one faction at any given time per character, and items earned with the benefits from those factions will require that you are aligned with them in order to use them. So most players will want to stick to a faction that rewards their preferred playstyle. Next, let's talk about favor. Favor is the currency you will earn while slaying enemies or completing quests for each of the factions. Favor is separate from reputation. This currency can be used to either complete trades with the Merchants Guild or acquire new prophecies from the Circle of Fortune. And if you find yourself with excess favor, you can always spin the wheel with the faction gambler. Item gifting to party members has been in the game for a while now, and it isn't going anywhere. However, it's important to note that once you have joined a faction, items will start being tagged with the faction you were part of when they dropped. This means that while questing, if you are a member of the Merchants Guild, and an item drops for you, that item will still be shareable with anyone who is in the party, like always, and be available to be sold, provided that you meet the rank requirements in the Merchants Guild Bazaar. Just be sure that the person you are trading it to also meets the same faction requirements. The last use case we wanted to solve for are friends who choose to play together and just want their own little trade group, which brings us to resonances, which are a new type of item that can be found when you are questing with your friends or party members. This item can be used to enable an item to be gifted specifically to the player that you have a resonance with, even if they weren't there when the item dropped. We know a lot of times players will play with their friends and then later you'll be soloing a piece of content and the perfect item drops for your buddy. Well, thanks to the new resonance system, you will be able to give them that perfect item the next time you see them. As those of you who love loot-based action RPGs know, trade and economy is a very complex and divisive issue to solve for when catering to a large player base and different playstyles, while keeping the item acquisition hunt feeling great. We can't wait to get your feedback on the system that we've come up with alongside you, and we thank you for all of your continued input and passion for helping make Last Epoch the next great action.
Trading and self-found economy to work. So usually ARPGs have a pretty hard decision to make. Do they want an auction? Is in order to trade something, let's for example say trade idols, which is rank 4. Both you and the other person would have to be in rank 4, which is a pretty big deal, especially if you go higher up, because you cannot really say how many people are going to be there, especially if you're somebody or knowing what's good, which can be huge on a release. Early will be the same because you don't have your faction yet. Once you get your faction, I think trade will go up in power immensely, especially if you don't spend gold early on like Rune of Shatterings or something like that, and you just buy the uniques that you want. You're gonna be scaling quite quickly, whereas in self-found, at the start, you don't really have anything. You can't just trade at all. You can't just do anything. You don't even get extra power. Slowly but surely, you will get all those multipliers to your loot, and you will ramp up to a certain point. But as you will see right here, in mid-game, trade is going to overtake self-found by quite a bit. However, once we get into end-game right here, the curve will get crazier and crazier. Meanwhile, end-game will flat out quite a bit, because once people are in endgame, those items will be fought after vividly, and unless there's like a gold cap or people are gonna snipe it with bots. We know how people are in RPGs. They're very competitive when it comes to trade. Meanwhile, in self-found, now all of a sudden you're gonna be rank 9, rank 10, and all of a sudden you're gonna stack prophecies. You're gonna drop like, I don't know, 200 unique staffs from an enemy to like look for that 3 LP staff that you
Okay, be right back. Game opens in 15. 4 minutes. Wait. Drops out tomorrow? Wait, it's 4. But do we start the Steam? Wait, there's supposed to be an update. Alright, happy is the update. 7 gig, not bad. Let's copy the filter. You start playing TO? Nope. How much Diablo and PoE have you played? Not much. D4 I quit at like level 70 because it was so fucking boring. PoE I haven't really touched on it. Are these games your style? For short term, yes. I like getting to the end game and doing end game content. But then, yeah, with these kinds of games, it becomes really repetitive. At the end, it's just killing mobs. That's where I fall off. You got streaming PC or do I have a streaming PC? Yeah. Hopefully there's no queue. It's 4 AM in Australia. And most people will have the same internet speed. Why couldn't they let us preload? Game out yet? Game is out right now, yes. Server just opened 10 minutes ago. $24 stream? Depends if I really get into it. It's a $30 one. It's 35 US. It wasn't it? But yeah, it's like 30 or 35. Almost there. 98, 99. Play. Let's go. Very psycho character. Seems to be an issue. Unknown arrow. Oh. Level 53. Can I enter on this one? Roll. Ropes. Hardcore. What are these?
In the beginning, there was darkness. Only terror.
Who cares about the law? stuck or? Connect. Oh. Nice.
I've never been this far from the slums. Though looking back now, time to leave Majelka behind me.
Fuck, they drop like meteors.
Krasgi wishes to destroy us and steal Atera's legacy. We can't let that happen. We need
Where was the loot filter thing? Shift F. Is this already? Oh, it's already done. Fuck. Level 1 mob so strong. How's the game? I just started, man. Literally just started. It just becomes a range skin. Okay, we're done. Switch to offline. No, this is online. Kept trying and then it just connected.
When you arrived, if they like, what are you good? Name? Come, let me watch you fight.
Oh my god.
Smoke. So much destruction. And for what?
Range or melee range.
Where'd you learn to fight?
Connecting arrow. I think everyone's getting it. I got it too. Just keep trying.
Quick, before it reaches town.
Oh my god, that hurts.
Well done. We're almost there. I'll see you ahead.
I'll go to the next zone.
The keepers have proven difficult to track, but my observations reveal the truth.
I think the server's like blowing up. Oh, yes.
Not happening.
Sounds like their leader's waiting to keep. It's now. Speaking of, I must head there now. Feel free to look around. I'll see you shortly.
Feels weird not having the dodge with spacebar like
Hello, traveler.
Lost Ark.
Do not dwell.
Grail was just one. Both, but not you could. They do this, and our alliance is secure. We'll lend our aid to heal Borea's army.
Right, this is where people are getting caught. The garden you can't go. It's just a long loading. What do you think of the game compared to D4? Oh, I'm only level 3, so I can't say much. But seems like the features are just better than D4. Like skill customization, like the storage having more tabs is already a W. Things like loot filters.
That's it.
Also, the game's cheaper. Oh, it says entering the forest garden on top, so I think I just have to wait. I mean... Too scared to log out. So. I owe to matchmake. Man, the server is so fucked, I think. Any PvP in this game? Nah.
Not happening.
That's it.
Is that gonna help? I think it's just the like matchmaking server that's overloaded. And this is failing straight away. every game released nowadays. True. Yo, this guy is already like... There is pets? Wait, I think I'm supposed to have pets. How do you put them on? Golden Guppy. Where's the streamer queue, man? Where's the streamer privilege? I mean... Everyone waiting for each other to log out. And they need to just bring the server down and fix it. Maintenance.
Sounds like this is where we part ways. Good luck out there.
Or half fix would be better.
Sounds like this is... Yeah, I did me here. I'm glad you made me what I am.
No more TL. I'm just not right now. I won't be playing much TL until March update. Now online mode is active, but it's not stable. You gotta keep trying to connect. But even if you get in, the zones are fucked. We can't go to the next zone. Server's just really unstable right now. I wonder if actually it's like I was actually playing past the garden. Game bugged, what's going on? Oh, they said the server is fucked. Can't go to the next zone. This is online, that's why there's other people and I can't go to the next zone because server's fucked. Only 148k people.
Great. One of two. Grail was just one of their both. Not you even could they sure do this. And our alliance is secure. We'll lend our aid to heal Borea's army.
The downside to playing offline mode, does your progress not carry over? It doesn't carry over, yes, and I bought this game to play it online, not offline. Hey yo, Skylar, how's it going? Try the deluxe version of the game, or just the standard one. No, there is no PvP in this game. Yeah, you can play in co-op. What class are you playing? I'm going in Falconer. Oh, there's like 5 classes and each class have like 3 separate trees. These masteries. I'm a rogue. And then I'm gonna go Falconer. Like Blade Dancer, Marksman. For each class, there's like different builds you can do depending on your playstyle. Yeah, basically, like Maxro is a really good site for guides and stuff. I can't enlarge this picture. But yeah, there's so many different ways of playing your class. And it's just full PvE, just killing mobs, leveling up, getting items, killing boss. Then there's this ranking. Why is there one player in the solo? Like, it seems like the game server is okay, it's just like the matchmaking server. I don't know, have they done like a stress test? How long is it gonna take? Holy.
Not happening.
People are actually playing offline mode. Alright, if it doesn't get fixed by the next 30 minutes, I'm going to bed. No TL. We want to add PvP, but we are currently focused on making the PvE experience the best. This means the PvE would come after 1.0. Sometimes it's not better to make PvP, like PvE focused ARPGs. When they try to do PvP, I can't balance it. It's just gonna backlash. Like, you have to create the game focused on PvP. Years of early access and now server crash. Very unfortunate. I'll give 20 more minutes. Working. It's not working for me.
Not happening.
Oh. It fixed. I can play now. Holy shit. There's no PvP. This is way stronger. Yeah, it's online.
Yeah.
Nice bow upgrade.
This way! You're here to help! Protect the son of Drake! Tread carefully.
That was close.
Not here. That should hold them. That's not what you mean, wanted. Well, tell you what. Let's get out of here first, and then I'll explain more. These beastalks are hardly worth it if you don't know why Orion is after us.
this is for melee weapon. I need to respec. Wait, you actually lose level when you respec? Interesting feature. If I fuck up my tree...
I'm sure you have questions, but let me first check and make sure the Epoch's safe.
Hmm? Hmm? Hmm?
Get him!
Yo! I want to matchmake. Shit. Is that happening again? Oh, I can TP to other area. And I'm too scared to go to town. Okay, town is fucked. I can just grind here.
This way! You're here to help. Protect the son of the Drake. Tread carefully.
Easy. Too easy.
Note here, it isn't safe. We'll reconvene outside.
Everything's all right in order.
Easy. Too easy.
Oh my. Also meant to get out. Oh well. Actually, I can go back. Why this look just like Diablo? Or because every RPG looks like Diablo?
this way. You're here to help protect the sun! The drink! Tread carefully. Note here, it isn't safe. That should hold them.
I wonder why they will make offline go with online progression. Because it's not fair, yeah, very easy to cheat, but also it's just...
Well, tell you what, let's get out of here.
It just doesn't make sense for your offline progress to carry over to online.
Worth it if you don't know
doesn't make
why
sense.
Orion is after us.
Best place. Like online, there's like ranking, there's economy.
Since the Keeper, the first Epoch shard is held in a
Multiplayer
fortress.
content. I believe you can party up
The third
and
shard is always a limit.
yeah.
It uses multiple vaults. Only we can
You can play in groups of 4. Matchmaking, I'm not sure. I don't think there's matchmaking. You have to manually find people. But in these type of games, you usually just play with like your close friends. I'm also really new to this game as well. Like, I wonder if there's like a guild or clan in this game. There is economy, but I haven't seen any menus regarding with the social, just typical friend. I think I clicked on the wrong thing. Fuck. Melee weapon. Oh, I had to go this way. Respect. Reduce the skill level by 1. Fuck. Why they make it so punishing to respec?
Might have to drop. They won't forget that one.
Such a weird system. Anyone you plan on playing with online? No.
This way! You're here to help protect the sun! The drink! Tread carefully. Not here. It isn't safe. We'll reconvene outside. That's first things. Well, tell you what. Let's get out of here first, and then I'll explain more. These peace talks are hardly worth it if you don't know why Orion is after us.
They won't forget.
Minion armor. I need to go to town.
Who do the key? This. How can they claim a greater connection to its error than us? We're the servants of Raya, the inheritor of her domain. It is blasphemy. They will burn.
Oh, I can't progress like this. Fuck it. Maybe I think I just go to bed, wake up. Hopefully the servers are better. Energy and mana design is very PoE. Well, every ARPG has the same design. Not just PoE. Since Diablo 2, this is the HP and MP. Anyway, I'm gonna be back later. Hopefully the servers are better then. GG's.